Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome in. Hello, Rada. Hello, Brian. Hope you are doing good. It would be so cool to write dragons, not as enemies. Yeah, there's too many games that has dragons as enemies. I hate them. It's like, oh, we have cool dragons. Can you play them? Nope, it's only the final fight and they only appear once. It's like, why? Too many of these situations, I hate it. The games needs more kobolds. This too. And kobolds are... Okay, so I think kobolds are not very well known to the general audience. So this I can sort of let go a little bit, right? Kobolds are kind of rare. And not everyone knows about kobolds. Sometimes I got people ask me about like, hey, what's a kobold? It's like, imagine dragon without wings. And they're tiny. Yeah, those are kobolds. So a lot of people doesn't know about kobolds. Fine, that's okay. Dragons though? Why would you always villainize dragon? Don't we have to be shrunken down to be able to fit? Smart. Kobold dragons but tiny without wings. I think that's pretty cute. I think that's an accurate representation of kobold, I think. Oh guys, I found something fun. In apparently a new update in VTuber Plus. I don't know when is it, but there's a yeet now. You see this button right here? Yeet? You see the yeet button? Oh, you guys cannot see the yeet button. But if I press the yeet button... I have the mega yeet. I don't know. I don't know why there's like a yeet button that I can press. So yeah, you can canonically yeet kobolds now. And it's a very strong yeet too. It's like it's not even a joke. That's a huge yeet. Oh. See, even ouch is not that bad. Ouch is just like, oh, something hit my head, I'm dead. But yeet is like a true yeet. It's not just any yeet. The yeet is powerful as fuck. And I think I can add that into a reward in like a few seconds. Because why not? A lot of people, well, not a lot of people, but some people like to yeet. Especially kobold likes to be yeet, I think. Alien, spin. Spin? Spin? Alien? What the fuck? Yeet. Name. Fly. No, not glide. Fly. Oh, quotation fly. Because why not? Quotation fly. Redemption quotation fly. I think that's about it. And then if I add it, so now that's a thing. Should I also redeem? Yeah. Dragon Pilot, I will watch it. I will. Hi Jade. The thumbnail of the show doesn't give me a good impression though. There's too many humans there. But I'll watch it still because you told me there's like a good scene of dragons. Of course I'll watch it. Let me add this real quick. Add. title. Quotation mark fly. Cost. Milk is already 69. Fly would be... I like to fly. Nah. Oh, I can block the milk. Wait, do it again. I'll try to block the milk from this angle. Can I protect my face from milk? I don't know. You don't block the milk. Do I not block the milk? Milk bloats you. I mean, technically I'm blocking it a little bit. Okay, milk bloats me. Okay, oh, fine. Still. Oh no, Jade. Oh, no. Oh. Box though. How much points should I make it? Oh, 420. Of course. Because I get to fly. 200. Oh shit! I do. Ah! Oh my god, the yeet. Can you do multiple yeets? I'm calling things their names and no one will stop me. Hey, fair enough. I'm not gonna stop you. And oh my god, the yeet. The milk missed though. Wait, can you do multiple yeet? Let me try. Oh my god, it's so powerful. Oh no, you can only do it once. Oh, you can only do it once. You cannot stack the yeet. Can you yeet and spin? There's a spin. It's a new thing. I didn't even check it. I didn't even check the... What's... Oh, that's spin. Oh god, I'm gonna vomit. Oh no, yeet. Oh no! Okay, that... I laugh at the dumbest thing, I swear to god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, hey, sombrero. Oh, see, you can look at the beans and my tail with. Oh, that's a small sombrero. Can I reach it? Okay, I'm gonna open a Monster Hunter Frontier real quick. Oh, should I add spin? Beans on your tail? Eh? There's no beans on my tail though. Oh my god. Is there no one downstairs again? Really? Is there no one downstairs? Milk. Wait, let me check something. I did order some items. Oh, it's a serum bomb. Then it's not mine. Yeah, I bought some items, but it's not mine. Very happy with the redeem choices. I'm glad. I'm glad. I should add a spin real quick. Give me a second. Apparently you can spin and yeet. I'm curious how it looks like. Yeah, see, you can. I have yeet range multiplier. Rewards. Oh no. Spin. Speed. I know to make spin cursed. Ooh, give me a second. I'm gonna add it real quick. Around here, it's very easy. Now spin will be 200 then. Makes sense. I think yeet 420 is pretty good. 420 yeet. We got it. Spins here. In the meantime, let me open up Monster Hunter Frontier real quick. Let me become small. Schmurl. Cobalt Schmurl. Like that. I'm using Great Sword. That's a really good Great Sword that I have. And also, let me close this one. Boop. Oh my god, the spin. Why is spin a thing? I'll vomit. Oh, spin and scan? Ooh, devious. The scan has... The scan is no cooldown, okay. The scan should have cooldown. It doesn't stack. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my god, a true spiral. Holy shit. Yo, what is this? Pretzel? Am I a pretzel? Look at what I have. I look good. I cannot zoom in though. What? I'm gone. So. Look at this long sword and look at this great sword. Gone. This great sword is very long. I can make kobo disappear. The power. I've given chat too much power. So you see this length? Very long. I love it when it's very long though. Look at that. So when I attack, I can attack from very far away. You know what else is very long? Your tail. Yeah, my tail is very long. Not very long, but it's pretty long. It's not bad. What's your weapon? 6 health? Also, you are... Okay. You say 6 health, then it should be like ninja or some shit. Oh, there it is. Female or male? In Monster Hunter, I feel like I love male more than female. 性格 Atsui, cool, delicate. No, Yon... Yeah? No, I cannot read that. Refreshing, passionate, great. Atsui, please. I can read this rush here. Yeah. Berucurosu. Silver Hypno. Camu Orugaron. No. Brown Esopinas. Akura Vashimu. Paria Puria. Rajang Volganos and Radiant. I don't care about Rasta, you know. I'm here to look at hot dragons. I'm not here to look at Rasta and shit. So look at this. I have the most of the armor. That is from Rukodiora. Most of the armor from Rukodiora. I didn't make the feat. I was about to, but hot dragons in your area? Milk. I know, right? But the game went into maintenance last night when I was playing the game, so I didn't get to farm things as much. I only farmed a little bit. But since I'm streaming here, right, I want to make more progress so that I can look at more dragons. So I want to do urgent quests and shit. And I'll leave the farming to like off stream. Like the grind and shit. You know, like an RPG fighter boss? I know, right? I'll show you the weapon afterwards. This is insane. I love old Masanto just for this reason. Weapons have different length. It can be very long or very short. Alright, let's go do it. Esapinasu. Oh wait, I need bento. Oh, they changed it again. Oh wait, they didn't change. What console did this game came out on? I think this one is PC, PS3, and Xbox something? I don't know. I actually don't know if Xbox has this game, but I think this is PS3 and PC to my knowledge. I'm not sure about Xbox. Let's do Estupinasu. Such a good game. Yeah. High numbers. Shineku is pretty cute too. Hello. Hope you're doing good. Wait, what map am I going for? Great Forest. That's a new map. I will have you know I am not cute. No. Kobo thinks snakes are cute. Oh shit, it didn't give anything now. I should have brought my own thing. Okay. I didn't know it's this early in the game. HR3. So HR3 doesn't give anything anymore. Bad to know. Good to know, actually. Look at my... Look at this shit. It's so fucking long. The hugest of great sword. I love this game. Oh, wait, I'm already at like high rank plus. I'm already having like plus. Guess I have to retaliate against Kobo. Wait, what happened? I've been pet, but nothing says that I've been pet though. How would a snake retaliate against Kobo? I'm so small. What? What?
Noodle is not cute.
But you're cheating. You're cheating. You cannot retaliate like that. Thank you, numbers. Oh, for 2 months. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. But still, okay, just this once. Just this once. Okay, not cute, but very cool snake. Just this once. I didn't bring food. But despite all that, I hope you're doing good, members. Welcome, welcome. Oh, there's the sleepy, there's the EP boy. Oh, Eopray? Here? Look at my huge ass sword. Die. Oh, it's EP. Wake up. You know what's funny? Espinas is the monster that will keep on sleeping if you hit him. Like, if you hit Espinas, it will still like sleep. And then be like, 5 more minutes. Look at that. The tail movement and everything. Oh! Yeah, like that. Like, don't touch me. I'm alright, just got home, made some noms. Nice! Noms sounds good. What kind of switchblade shit is this? It's a great sword. It's a very long great sword. Welcome to old Monster Hunter where different weapons have different length. Insect husk. Wake up! No, don't hit me. Wake up. Whew! Oh, it's awake. Hi. I cannot hit him. Oh my god. This is bad. I didn't think about this. He's just waking up. He's just waking up. He's just like shaking off, right? Do a little stretch. And then now I'm dead. And then now I'm dead. I cannot hit him. Triple charge. Still have that. Oh, I think only when you're mad I can hit you. Nope, I'm wrong. Tail is a weak spot. EP Wyvern. Triple charge. My kitty. Woohoo! Rukodiora's armor is too strong. But I'm gonna die from poison though. Give me your tail. Your tail is mine. Because I'm playing greatsword. Ooh. My character is so hungry. I love greatsword. I have hyper armor. Oh. Kobo returned from battle and immediately dead. Poor thing. I love this great sword. It's so long. Oh my god. Oh, every hit causes... Every hit causes poison. That sucks. Charge? Yeah. Another charge? No more, I think. Oh, it's chill again. It's a chill spiky boy again. Or not. Did I forgot the paintball? Yes, I forgot the paintball. Fuck. Hey, look, this is to mine. Can get more shiny, maybe? Oh, that hurt. Yeah, the small monsters in old Monster Hunter is no chill, like zero chill. Needed that whetstone. Shit, I actually don't know where it is. I have zero knowledge on this map. This is why I don't want to gather in old games, it's so slow. Stone here? Where's the buck indestructible? I cannot even... Guess what? The gnome thing is back? I'm gonna get gnomes again. Hi Solar. Been a while. I don't know me though. But hey. Been a while. Hope you're doing good. Gonna make up for 2 weeks of lack of nymph. Nymph, a tad bit of my tail is fine. Just a little bit. That one is okay. Just a little bit of tail. Not entirely, that's why. I understand. Gonna make up for lost nymph time. Fine. I don't know where Espinas is. This is bad. I don't know anything about this map. so many Velociprays. Jump back. Is that honey? Oh, that looks like honey. I know it doesn't look like honey, but it is honey in the old games. That's how honey looks like. Oh. Kill not. Ow. Where's honey? Where's honey? Oh, is it like... And my particle... Oh, and my Patonia swap. Wait, I need help. God damn it, I need help. Oh, this one goes back to camp. Oh my god, I have no idea what this map is. Oh no. Oh, there's no room. Sen? Oh. Potion and mega potion? Day herbs and blue mushroom into one. Energy drink select mushroom. Guess I don't understand this map. Give me a second. And I didn't bring food. I cannot run anymore. Well, I can, just a little bit. There you are. It's a chill spiky boy. Oh. Can I catch the dragon eyes? Can I steal Iron Will? I can Iron Will once. I mean, it's very long, but it's not that long. Another one? Heartbreak, nice. Oh, your leg is the hard part. Okay. What the fuck? How painful is my attack? Holy shit. I actually didn't expect this. Oh no. Murder? I was trying to capture it. I even brought everything. I have shock trap and everything. Fly, kobold! Whee! I missed. Fly! What the fuck? Why is this a thing? Why can you not fly? There it is. I can bully kobold as a kobold as a kobold. I can bully kobold. Bond proof. One part break. Advanced and hard armor sphere. Legendary Rasta Poopy items. Rasta? I didn't bring Rasta though. Patonia. Memorable hunter? The word extends until that part. Target powerful monster classified as high rank. Oh! Remember complete hunts? Learn more about Rasta and partner. Visit the Rasta bar in Metzaporta Square. Please point your party for the Rasta or partner to accompany you. So technically I can bring three partners or 2 partners. So if I had 3 players, I can have Patonia and I have my Rasta partner? I guess that's how it works. I want to see... I want to play Sword and Shield, and I want to see what the very long Sword and Shield requires. Long, very long. Bird Wyvern strong. Okay, this one is like very far. Uranzai. Mining Great Forest or trading endpoints. Can I buy it? How many points do I have? 235? Oh, give me 3. I want this weapon. Yes. Yush. Wow. Yush. Wow. Oh, I have tinnitus. Kono Katana. Guren Katana. Carbonite. Fire Weapon Brimstone? And Firestone. Look at this Sword and Shield. It's so stupid. I love it. Yes. My sword and shield. Or so I say. Should I say great sword and shield? Or long sword and shield? Alright, let's see what 3-star has. Oh, this one is good. Camaraderie proof. What's exotic quest? Narga, HR 5, 6. And look, it's Steve. Required objective. Required objective is to break a head. Oh, that's difficult. Who do we have? Gogomoa, Paria Puria, Zamuza, Bright Hypno, 2 Daimyo Hermitor? No, Oru Garen. It's a dog. Kikrex? Orange Espinas? 2 Veilstrom, 2 Gendrum, 1 Bodrum, 1 Iodrum, Yenkuku, Cephadrum, Pongalala. Oh, these are all high rank, I guess. Yeah, high rank monsters now. Yeah, the repeat of low rank monster are now high rank. Gravios, Diablos, Espinas, Rubiados. Oh, hey, Lao Sanlong. Oh, these things are back. So, high-ranking monsters. So, can I do Lao Sanlong alone? See, I love the Lao Sanlong fight, but I forgot how to do it. In Fortress, I know there's like... It needs a lot of time, right? It only has 35 minutes. I need to repel it. Base destroyed. Song for life. I don't even know, should I try it? Maybe not. You know what? I'm gonna focus on getting to more high ranks and shit. Let me try 3 players. Oh yeah, I should bring my own food now. Oh my god, it's a magnet spike. No, I cannot wait to use Tonfa. I need to get to G rank as fast as possible. Oh, there it is. Didn't I say to use Sword and Shield? Who are you? Nice to meet you, it says. I'm taking everything here, though. Wait, it gives items again? What's with the quest just now? I'm so confused. Alright, I don't need to bring my own food, apparently. Gogomon looks like it'll be a 1, 2, 3. It's a small map, this one. Yep, there it is. I vaguely remember this bitch being so tough to fight. Oh my god. Oh. Damn, Spooderman? What the fuck happened? Yeah, I had a feeling. Let's go long sword and shield. We love long sword and shield. Somebody come here? Nice. Hey! Oh my god. Hey! Ooh, that hits. This is way weaker than Espinas. Boy, nice. A part broke, nice. Thank you, partner. I think I broke the tail. Yeah, the tail looks weird now. Woohoo! Woohoo! Uh-oh. Directly on the head. Oh. The part broke. No, where are you aiming at? What is that? I remember now. This is not hard to fight, it's just annoying. It flies around too much. Like Rathalos. But Rathalos is even worse, honestly. I was fighting against the Azuri Rathalos last night and boy was I mad. What? Are we at the turning point of the battle? Are you almost dead? Saigo ni? They say they're saying like the last fight or some shit. I should try to capture it. This is bad. Oh! Chance? Let's go. Not yet, I guess. Okay, fine. I got greedy. We might be able to break that string. Brilliant. I can hit the tree? We love long sword and shield. Hmm? Hi Shredder. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Oh god. Loving this game a lot. Been farming this game, been playing this game a lot, non-stop, pretty much. Very addicted to this game. What can I say? It's way better than, in my opinion, Generations Ultimate. Just because the amount of monsters that I can encounter on the early game. Had a feeling. Double? Fair enough. Maybe a double? No double? Limpin? But I don't have traps anymore. I have to queue. We love Yippa. Are you Yippy? Oh, you are. I think I need to hit this tree. A hard armor sphere? Oh my god! Wait, I need to mine more. Pelican ore. I don't think there's more places to mine. Unless these are all mining spots? This one is. Wake up! Wake up, bitch! Wait. It's fine, it's fine. Kokomo pelt free. Got him. That sword and shield is so good, excuse me? It's so good. Kokomo horn. Do you even have horn? I cannot recommend this game enough. It's so fucking good. Like if you want to try out Monster Hunter, this is my go-to Monster Hunter. Like back then even, and now as well. Back then I loved this game. Now, same. This game, it's really good. Oh, hi, Toys R Us. Hello, hello. Need to drink more water. Nice. And Kobo likes dirt, eh? But of course, I'm a Kobo. Oh wait, I want to fight Rukodiora for fun. I want to listen to the music again. I mean, some kobos want to eat dirt. That's a rare case, I feel like. But this kobold right here is not interested in like eaten or getting eaten. And this type of kobold always nibble on your horn or the paws. Oh god. It's always gonna be like a different partner. Dragon. Oh, tail. That quick. I guess this one is pretty strong. Stop pushing me away. And Cobalt wants tail. I just got yeet. I got yeet. Oh my god, the yeet. I love it so much. But I don't like... Well, it's not like I don't like to be eaten. It's like I'm flying. Oh, free tail? Oh. Oh, even behind. Question to you as your global, what does give... give me a second. Oh. Nice. Nice. Ooh. Laser. Glenn. Oh, I blocked the wrong way. I blocked the wrong way, the sequel. I want the tail, I really want the tail. Oh! Sorry, Kobo. There we go. Oh, that's close. Breathe. Have good sleep. Hey, sure. She's not going to bed. Oh, okay, okay. Have good sleep. Nice. So that weird motion is the tail swipe? As you recover, what does it mean? I mean, sometimes you respect your food and sometimes you just see what it means. It means everything. Sometimes it's just noises, sometimes it's noises, sometimes it's wanting things, sometimes it's most of the time it's asking for something, sometimes it's just noises. Nice, that was quick. Only 6 minutes? Holy shit. You can bring NPC along? It's a good day for a single player Monster Hunter like me. It's a good day. Uh-oh. A good jerk. Hello. Yeah, this Dirk is very pretty. A lot of pretty Dirks in this game. I cannot wait to get to more high ranking. Thanks for boop. Love Sword and Shield, and we love analog stick attacking. Boop the cute kobo. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Rasta is good. It gives so much extra items. A lot of pretty dragon in this game. And 3-star don't have much. I think... Yeah, I think 4-star were a lot more. Let's do this real quick. There's a lot of people playing. Whoa. I love how it has no sound for the yeet. Paria Puria. Wait, I need bento. Always remember bento first. Oh, the speed is so weird. Ugh. Whoa, you can double spin? Wait, you can spin or spin? Wait, let me help. Yo, how fast can I spin? Oh my god. My PC is so laggy now, I cannot spam it. Wait, I can do something stupid though. Wait, how fast can I spin? Yeah, infinite speed. Whoa. I cannot trigger or I cannot toggle how long it can spin though, so it really has to be like a community effort. To make kobo spin really fast and have fun, it has to be a community effort in the chat. Uh-oh. Why do you give such a weird thing? There's a lot of raw meat? Drug meat? Poison meat? What kind of thing am I fighting? Tainted meat? It's all meat. Holy shit, I didn't bring my barbecue. Spin. There's so much spin. Yeah. The yip. Well, spin. Kobo is spinning. Oh. Small monsters really have no health in this game. Oh god. I need to carve that, you bitch! Wake up! No! You will fucking die. Oops, didn't mean to put that down. Might as well put one in every map. Oh, they carve too. Perform some kobo ritual and make it rain. I thought that's Tarix's power, not mine. You know, you know a rain dragon Tarix. Yeah, that one. That amazing dragon. Although I could try, I guess. You can find mining spots. Oh. Too much raw meat? But yeah, I do agree that weather is really hot. At least yesterday it rains a lot here, so I'm glad. Whoa, you're eating and shitting? What are you? Oh my god, you look so cool but weird. Oh my god, you're so thick. I've never seen this monster before. Oh my god, you're gonna be one hell of a monster to tackle. You look like you. It feels like you're Tigrex, but mini vert. Oh my god, what the fuck is that lingering hitbox? Oh, you make weird noises? Oh god. What the fuck? It's not good when all your attacks hit behind you. I'm just gonna attack. You bet your ass I don't care about your attacks. Oh no! Okay, I care. Oh, your attack pattern is so weird though. What the fuck? I guess when it runs like that, better don't fuck with it. Because it hits everywhere. Yeah. This one is tough. Rather than saying it's tough, it's just weird, I think. Dang, they brought food. I didn't. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Oh, what? Oh, shit. I'm stupid. I didn't even check the map. I just keep climbing. I didn't even see. Oh, the wiggle. The wiggle is so good. You like poison me? Do you like poison meat? It's eating ground. It is like a mini version of T-Rex. A T-Rex, sorry. But the attack hitbox is so weird. Oh, it's purposefully avoiding the poison meat. Fair enough. I would avoid the poison meat as well. I don't know when I can punish. Oh yeah? Woohoo! Delicious meat. Don't mind it's purple, it's good. When purple meat is good, it's definitely not great flavored. It's definitely not kobo meat. It's not. Oh. Oh, did you eat it? I forgot I need to block that. Or like dodge that one away. I guess they will always avoid at all cost. I actually don't know, like after playing Monster Hunter for so long, I've never seen the monster eat a bad meat, you know? Like there's tinge meat, there's poison meat, there's also like sleeping drug meat. I never see a monster eat those kind of meat. They'll always purposefully like not eat them. Oh. It's purple flavored. It's great meat. You marinate it with grape. Grape marinade. How is Monster Hunter going so far? Oh my god, I am absolutely loving this game. It's not only just the nostalgia level of this game, it's also like the amount of hot dragons that I get to look at in this game. Like, you see me play Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate for a long time, right? But it's like I have to fight the same thing over and over again for so long, and they don't look as good. And in this game, you reach HR2. HR2 allows you to fight Elder Dragons already. So it's like a tad bit too much grinding on Generations Ultimate, and Monster Hunter Frontier is like grind, but the good kind of grind, where I get to look at cool looking, hot looking dragons. So yeah, it's pretty much why I prefer this game over Generations Ultimate. Yeah. Do you want meat? Eat it. Oh, you ate it. Do you have any effect on it? I don't see you have any effect on it. You ate it again. I thought that's like a weakness being shown, but it's not. It feels like he likes it. Oh. What? What hit me? One tainted meat is not enough to make it, or like 3 tainted meat is not enough to make it paralyzed. Maybe it doesn't paralyze? Why would the game give me that then? Weird. I don't think you can come up here. You best not bet on it. If the monster looks at me, I'm putting the meat down. It ate it. Oh, you never limp. You never limp. How would I know? I would have captured you, Paria Blood. Oh, goddamn, I cannot capture anything. This is sad. I was trying to capture all the monsters, but they just died. They never lived. Yeah, I want a gesture too. Joy. F6. Joy. Joy. Yeah. 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 Don't just fuck. Yeah. It doesn't detect it too much motion, I guess, unless I need to be him. Nope. Oh, that's a lot of items. Yeah, Rasta gives a lot of gives a few more items as well. Good. Although the control scheme can be better. You know, D-pad to change camera angle, and then right analog stick to attack. It's a little bit interesting, I would say. It's very interesting. I don't hate it. I think it's very interesting. Alright, let's continue doing quest. More quest. Tycoon Zamuza. Sure. God, look at all the splash art. It's so good. Only in Monster Hunter Frontier. You have a lot of, like, very good looking splash art. It's so fucking good. Antidote? Oh, okay. You said this needed a server. Can you play with other people? Yeah, you can play with other people. This is like, imagine this as like a MMO game. Something like that. You basically join a lobby and then you can play with other people. Hello, hi Foxy Kai. What am I looking at? Oh, it's a crab. Oh my god, I've never seen this thing before. I love Monster Hunter 2. Tekken great. Paintball. Woohoo! I can't see shit, what do you mean? I'm just gonna attack blindly. What am I fighting against? Woohoo! Oh my god, it's blurring my screen. That's so fucking cool. It's like Camellias, but it's not Camellias. Don't mind me. Can I ask you about how to get this running sometime? Sure, sure. Highly recommend. This game is great. We can play together as well. That hurt. Holy shit. I'm dead. I'll destroy my controller. Oh. Play a bit with a friend of mine who adores it. I adore Monster Hunter. It's difficult and I like it. I may bitch about the game sometimes, but hey, it's only normal. Essentially I joined a server in Discord, downloaded the game, registered registered an quote-unquote account, if you will, and you can play the game. It's just that simple. I was surprised too. I was like, maybe I need a lot more things. No, that's it. So I was so happy. I can play one of my favorite Monster Hunter. Like, very honestly, Monster Hunter Frontier is like above Monster Hunter World in my very opinion. I would say that how I would rank the game would be this and then World and then Rise. I don't play all of them, but to the ones I played, that's how I place the game. That's why it's gonna be very difficult. I could just go in and attack blindly. It looks like a crab moveset, but it feels very different. Oh, something broke. What the fuck? Cutscene? Yo, wild! What the fuck? There's a cutscene? Whoa! Yo, let's fucking go. Okay. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Oh, it's pissed. Tail. Tail. Hammer. Wow, you broke the tail on your own. Holy shit, you're insane. When I can see things, just attack, I guess. Woo! Oh my god, damage! Holy fuck! All good, all good. I'm breaking the shells off. Don't do it! Don't do it! Spin. Damn, you're so cool! Holy shit! They didn't do as much damage. Nice! Holy shit! My NPC is so strong. Now with this one. Oh, all of your body is now weak point, buddy. Are you dead? Oh goddamn! Why does this crab have such a cool cutscene? Fuck! What is this? The crab is so fucking cool. What the fuck? You're glowing. What kind of crab is this? What the fuck? Yo, holy shit, man. Holy shit. I've never been so hyped about a crab. Holy shit. You don't even get a chance to, like, how do it? There we go. Looks like breakable behind. What? Oh my god, damage! What a hype crab, this one. I have to mine though, it feels like there's a lot of good stuff here. Fungal Kenstone? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Is there whetstone? Get out. Tremor? Woo! Guaranteed. That was weird. Spin. don't know what this is. Oh! I heard weird noises behind me. Okay, this crab's pretty damn cool. I love this crab. Again. Feels like I can break that. I really want to break that. Another spin. So 2 tap on the ground is a spin. Side swipe is a thrust. Whatever this move is. Oh! Damn, what a cool crab! Holy shit! Feels like I can capture this one, but it's hard to say. Sandstone. Mine quickly! Just... there we go. Why give antidote though? There's another one. Somewhere. Come on. No! I wanna mine them. No. Orange shell, claw, hammer, carapace, lightning claw. Main reward, heartbreak reward. Oh my god! The amount of items! Area reward, okay. And then Rasta reward? Even Harponia has a lot of stuff. Okay, that was a that was a really cool crab. That was a really heckin' cool crab. The crab reminds me of... what's the monster again? Shara Ishvalda in World. You also break the shell of the dragon and then it will like break off the shell. Becomes another thing. It's very cool. Partially loaded item set. Oh shit. What am I missing? Power charm, paintball, shock trap, demon dragon. Oh, pickaxe, okay. Should buy more, hi? Oh, it's a story. It's story stuff. The kitty wants me to go get the main story going. Yeah, this one she was pretty strong. I love it. Hypnog, it's a bird. The bright sleepy bird. In Great Forest. Any bento. Hi, malicious magpie. Thanks for always lurking on my channel. Appreciate you lots. Thank you. There. I just want to get quests done as fast as possible. I want to fight all the cool looking dragons. Look at that! You've never seen those guys before. Only in Frontier, I'm telling you, only in Frontier. Nothing. So Great Forest will not give me anything. There it is. Bird. Bird. You behave like a yen people. What's wrong if I can't? Oh. Thick tail. The sword and shield is so good against this monster, holy shit. Oh, I'm EP, help! Is this a mining spot? Oh, it is. Can't block this? Oh wait, my partner is sleeping. I didn't even see. Whoa, lingering. Oh, I don't have whetstone? Oh my god, what kind of stupid thing is this? I didn't bring whetstone. Gonna be able to change playstyle because I didn't bring whetstone. Seriously? Oh shit! Oh, okay, that was fast. Am I that strong? I guess years of playing the other Monster Hunter games made me become strong at Monster Hunter in general. Hey, I'll take it. I didn't even get a chance to capture all these monsters. That's okay. Any other place to mine? And lots of mushrooms, but no place to mine. My cat is already level 70 something, holy shit. Why is my cat way faster than I am? I don't know. Okay, remember to bring whetstone this time. Need to update my item set. This one. Two crabs, alright. I need bento. I keep forgetting I need bento. This one is beans and round egg. I should just buy all of them. Beans and round egg. Round egg. Ooh, shit's expensive, holy shit. Wait, there's no beans. Mixed bean doesn't count, right? Yeah, it doesn't count. Do you sell it? Oh, pepper. No beans. Do you sell beans? Buy. Ooh, beans! There it is. Let's buy 100 of them. Beans is so expensive. Holy shit. Goodness me. Okay, now I should be able to just do the bento. I can just keep doing this one. Yes. Let's go. This sword and shield so OP. And Kobo loves sword and shield. It's way easier to control. Dang. Someone's mad. Is this desert? Oh, it is. Okay, okay. I'm gonna have no stamina in like 10 seconds. This is bad. That's the first crab. And there goes the crab. Okay, my cat told me that they run away. Crab! Well, they throw paintball as well. Oh my god, we're decimating this crab. This crab is getting bullied. Oh my god, the poor crab! It's dead in 10 seconds! Holy shit! I feel. Oh my god, I actually feel bad for the crab. That is actual bullying. Wow, holy shit, I'm sorry, crab. That one's rough. For you. Holy shit. Hey, that just means that we are very fucking strong, right? Is it us or the hammer mate? I don't know. Let's go find something to mine. Roam it. Roam it. I need to wait for the next one to spawn. Did you throw it? Oh, you did. Oops, sorry. Let me see if I can do it again. Oh god, give me a second. Let me bully this crab real quick. Muzzle, hi. Thanks for the raid. Welcome. Let me bully this crab real quick. What were you playing? Hello. Kitsune Kitsuke Yume. Hi. I need to sharpen my knife. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the raid. Let me bully this crab real quick. Just now, me and this NPC just killed it. Killed a crab in like 1 minute, I think. Oh. Oh, the crab is retaliating. Oh my god, I can believe it. I think it's almost done. Give me a few more minutes. Really quick. Oh, ran away. Tales of Iron. It's like Soap plus Sanctuary with rats. I've been enjoying it. Ooh, rats! Rats cool. I like rats. Here, let me do this real quick. Real quick. Tales of Iron. It sounds like a strategy game. Sort of. Is it? I don't know. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Also, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games and I do art every Monday. Welcome, welcome. More like a Metroidvania, but kind of Souls-like. Oh, hey, I kind of like that. I destroy this crab real quick. I'm out of stamina. It's too cold. I didn't bring hot drinks. Okay. It is done, apparently. Okay. GG. Easy. Easy clap. Also, what I'm playing is Monster Hunter Frontier. Monster Hunter Frontier Z. It's definitely one of my favorite Monster Hunter of all time. Can I say that? I think of all time. Like the amount of hot dragons in this game is insane. I'm only HR 3 and there's already a lot of dragons that I can't fight. And then of course, because it's old Monster Hunter, every weapon has different kind of length. So this one is Sword and Shield, and it's very fucking long. It's a long Sword and Shield. Essentially, it's a long Sword and Shield. Love this game. But yeah, thanks again for the raid, Muzzle. Of course, if you need to take care of yourself with all the post-stream care and anything, be sure to do that. Make sure to take care of yourself. Get some drink, get some rest, get some food. Nice. That one didn't give me anything. Meh. Wow, look at this. There's so many people still playing this game. It's insane. These are actual people, by the way. I'm in a Japanese server. So, yeah, these are real people. Real ass people. It actually makes me feel heartwarming seeing this game is still like well and alive. Because the official Monster Hunter Frontier Z shut down in 2019. And I was like, nope, it's a game that's lost to time forever. But a few days ago I found this game. It's like, oh shit, it's well and healthy, and it's been kept. Like the server is very healthy. Shit, shit. I'm mega happy, and I'm glad I can experience this game again. Oh hey, look, hunting horn main. I should eat. Eat, very important. Must get food. We have no Orugaran. Looks like a cold place. Swamp, okay. The noble wolf. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna breeze through the main quest and then get my HR rank up as fast as possible. That's my plan, at least. Just gonna drink a bunch of shit. There we go. Echo serum. Uh-oh. Oh, I vaguely remember this one. There's two of them, but one of them will run away because there's only quest for one monster. The white one's gonna stay. Must get the good boy. Oh. Did your boy just get... Oh, it's my cat's boomerang. I really don't want to fight over there. Phantom Rage? Damn. Looks like they're immune to poison. Angry Dogo? They just run around poison swamps. Look at that, they're actually just running around poison swamps. That's so mean. I'm not fighting there. I'm forcing you to come to my direction. Fine. I'm getting poisoned as well, fuck. They really know how to play this game. Oh, the poison doesn't last long, okay. I'm just gonna find the poison swamp because why not? 总之这随便乱放的蛮一准。I don't think I want to try to cut the tail. It spins around too much and I don't like dealing with that. I deserve that. Oh my god, the damage! I'm using Rukodiora's armor! I actually think having an extra NPC is just kinda OP. I don't know, the fight feels a lot easier. Yeah, the fight feels a lot easier with an extra NPC. Feels good. I think I'm just gonna like go through all the quests as fast as possible until I'm like G rank. Once I'm at G rank, then I'll just like disable the NPC. Although the poor NPC is using greatsword against this dog. Oh shit. I'm not gonna fight the loading screen. Fool's errand. Yeah, there we go. Just gonna use the bait. The classic whetstone from miles away. Head broken, nice. Oh no, Phantom Range. Nah, this fight is very boring. It's like the first boring monster in this game. Yeah. It does nothing other. It does nothing than just keeping out. It's not doing anything very cool. It's just keeping me out. I cannot even. All the time I've been trying to chase him down. That's it. Did I just roll that? I'll take it. Yeah, it just does that. Jumps away, jumps back, hit me away, and then jumps away again. That's what this monster does. It's kind of boring. It's such a cool design too. Oh my god. Wait. The NPC is actually disrespecting the monster? I'll take it. Now it's my turn. Yeah, when one whetstone is not enough, use two. Yeah, that's right. I won't play your game. Phantom range, okay. Looks like a jump to number 8. Yeah, I was right. I didn't believe in myself. It's the first boring monster of this game. This one, sadly. Good design, bad fighting design though. So he just does that. Like, what the fuck's this supposed to do? I had a feeling. Not angry, immediately becomes angry in 1 second. Oh no. Phantom range? How many phantom range do you have? I deserve this. Do we get it? Oh no. One boring monster, this one. That's cool though. Like, can't just say the storytelling in this game is way better than the other games. Like, Monster Hunter World and Rise has like proper story mode. This one also is proper story mode, but on like natural, normal hunts, there's like little details of storytelling. I think I like that a lot. Yeah, too bad that's a boring monster to fight against. Oh, T-Rex is one of them. Pretty sure I need hot drinks for this one. I'm not gonna use Flash Bomb against T-Rex, it's fine. I'll bring a few well-done steak and that's about it. I feel like I won't get any supplies in this map. I may be wrong, I don't know. Yeah. Ooh. Hunting horn, let's go. Oh. Slugger? Oh wait, that helps. That was loud as fuck though, my ears are bleeding. This one gives Carbonite ore? Nice. Whoa. Health recovery speed large? I feel like T-Crack should be somewhere around here. Should be. There it is. Look at that little tail. Oh. Attack boost large? Yo! Oh. Not the loading screen. This is fine. Further attack boost? At least I got it done. That works. It's a lot of music notes. I think there's like 4 notes for a heal. That's kinda sad. Oh, AI knows how to Superman dive? That's pretty good. Range. Oh my god, I rolled that. Did I just walk the wrong way? I think that hits behind me. You have defense boost and you didn't even play it? Head broken. Push it on the cliff? Nah. I don't think you can. But I don't think I want to do it even if it's possible. I'm a kobo with honor. I know Kobold and Honor doesn't really go together, but I am. I'm one of the rare Kobold species. Oh, wow! There goes the tail. I want it. I got the scale out of it? Fuck. Really? Hot drink doesn't last? How long does hot drink last? It feels like it lasts for like 10 seconds. I think that was like 3 minutes or something like that, close to. Uh-oh. Ooh. Out of heals. Oh shit! They don't limp. They really don't limp. I don't really have a chance to like look at them if I can capture them or not. Since I just started playing this game like about 2 days ago, I don't have that sense on if the monster is like weak or not already. Cannot tell. Wow, boom? Why is there a single boom over there? I mean, I like explosions. You know what? Explosions are nice. I love them. Because your sword explodes? True. My sword truly explodes. It's funny because it's like it's just fire element, but old Monster Hunter makes fire element explodes. I'm hearing just particle noises interspersed with sword explode. Well, sword explosion's a thing. We love sword explosion. Yeah, sword explode. Another Espinas, huh? Should be fine. 1500 for a contract? Well, goddamn, 1500. In Tower? Where the hell is Tower? Ooh, I feel like a snake, or I feel like I'm a kobo now because my skin is peeling off. The context is that I got sunburn like last week or 2 weeks ago about. So now my skin is healing, and it's all like the skin's peeling off. The highest part? Okay. EP Dragon. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. The tail. Wake up. Wake up, you're past your bedtime. You cannot do 5 more minutes now. I'm bonking your head. Ow. Wake up. Wake up. There we go. Such a cute goddamn dragon. Just like sleeping, don't care. This one is huge. I think this is like Super Crown at least. It's just chilling. There we go, it woke up. Defense down and poison? Ooh, this one's scary. Oh, I recognize this move. Oh, is it not a Nova? Charge? That's a Nova, I think. Yeah. Uh-oh. Defend the range. At least I didn't poison me. Not again. Oh! That hurt. That really hurt. I don't know how. I don't think I can win against that. I guess I can find some herb. 5 herbs. It's better than nothing, honestly. Oh, that charges forward spin. Upwards charge is a Nova? Like this one is a Nova. That's not poison, that's toxic. My health goes down too fast. This not poison, it's toxic. This is bad. I think I'm playing it very safe now. I don't think I can go brute force against this thing. Too dangerous. Nova? Another one? I fear the muscle is getting weaker. You're getting Nova 200 times! It's not that the monster is getting weaker. You're way too scary. You don't die from Nova. Oh. Look at that man, getting Nova like 5 times, never dies. AI privilege. Oh wait, no. Oh, he actually died. I thought it's just like NPC privilege. It takes 5 Nova to kill that man, it's insane. 1 Nova is able to erase me. Oh no. Oh my god, all the support came in time. Oh. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead. Ooh. What are you gonna do with the game? It's mine. Hi, Tikaka. Always appreciate the stream streak. Thank you. That's a Nova. Betuin ke Tikaka. Welcome, Cameroon. Another one? This is the worst thing ever. I might be dead. Oh. It's a one shot again! This sleepy boy has 2 one-shot moves. But then again, I might be able to capture it. Right now, probably. Let me just put in a trap and see if I can capture it. Even though it's only been like 10 minutes, I think. About 15. Just try, just try. Oh, get back, get back. Can I get back? Nope, I cannot. Yeah, it's blocked. I forgot to sharpen my knife. I'm dead. Oh! He aimed for my cat! It's a one-shot move as well. When we see Espionage charging, just run away. Don't even fuck with it. Just run away. Oh no, I'm dead again. Oh. Superman dive, let's go. Oh no. Oh, one hit is so detrimental with this one. Oh no, I'm dead. The poison is gonna kill me now. Charge? He's gonna keep spamming charge because he doesn't want to let me heal. Look at that. I know what you're doing. Okay. Okay, officially out of heals. Chill. Don't do dangerous shit. I pushed down! Come on, analog stick! This poison lasts for a long time. Don't go there. That place is a dangerous place. Oh, I'm dead. I'm officially dead. I lost. Yep. There's no chance. Even if I don't die from this charge, I'm dead from poison. I am ill prepared for this one. I didn't expect it to have like 2 one-shot moves, so that's why. At least I know what to do now. No, we don't need to buy this. We only lost once, we don't need to buy something like that. I should bring some max potion, I think. Do I have max potion? I don't think I have. Only 3. 1 ancient potion. It's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Do you sell max potion? I don't think you do. It would be wild if you sell max potion. Yeah, there's no way, there's no way. Unless... Oh, herbal medicine. I think this one is also really good to bring to go against Espinas. Just because of the poison. Herbal medicine heals and cures poison. Catalyst life crystal. I can exchange some max po- I have 600 points! 50, 100, 150, 200, right? Gatherables? Oh! Wait, I'm kind of regretting buying max potion with this. I can get Raviente stuff here, what the fuck? Buying? I think this is the... Buying long? What do you call that? I don't know. Silver dragon of some sort. Hagane something? Convert ticket 4k1 and redeem 9 points. 1 ticket for 9 points. I have 150 ticket. This one I have 30. Another 9 point. Max potion, herbal medicine. Three demon drug, 3 armor skin. We bring max potion, a mega potion. We bring honey. So I just need, I guess that's pretty much what I need, yeah. Let's try again. The quest says a single blow. I should have listened. A single blow, huh? At least I don't need to keep running towards orange espinas. It's fine. Alright, we're gonna try again. Just 5 more minutes. Wake me up after 5 more minutes. There we go. Someone's awake. Oh, Goblin? Damn, look at that. That element. It's going to the most dangerous place already? Wow, really? That's fast. It's waking up. Definitely awake now. Nova? No, it's not. Nova? Oh my god, the tail, really? Oh! Could have died there. sharpen. One? No, I'm not gonna do it. Oh! Not the tail movement again that kills. That one is such a death sentence. It's chill again. Those little tail movements is an attack is kind of sad. Thanks for the hit. Moisturize and milk? It's just sleepy, oh my god. It's such a sleepy boy. Oh, it met now. I will moisturize later. Thank you. I cannot really moisturize now. Too dangerous. This should one-shot me. And the other Nova will one-shot me as well. Nova? Shit. My god. Protected by the bucket? Protected against milk with bucket. A bucket's pretty strong. Charge. Had a feeling. Oh, you realigned. Charge again. Charge again. You really want to kill me for this? Okay. Dangerous. Need to get rid of the poison. It's too scary. It's toxic, not poison. There's two different kinds of poison in this game. There's toxic and there's poison. Poison takes damage slowly. Toxic is way faster. Oh, that's always been the case with Masanta. Let's chill again? Okay. When it's chill, it's best not to just attack, I feel like. Because all the parts are very tough to hit. Your attacks will just get deflected. And it's a bad time to drop. So. Oh. That place is too dangerous. Because I don't have a lot of place to run. The stone... This stone right here can get stuck. I don't like it. Oh. So many one shot. Again? I'm out of stamina. This is... I thought I'm dead. Heartbreak. Oh, head's broken. I didn't even see that. Oh no. That was instant. That's the first time you do a tail spin. Shit. Charge? Oh no. Charge again. Charge. Another charge, I cannot see. Yeah, also avoid corners if you can. The corners will really mess up the camera. Damn, holy shit, all of them were head hits? NPC's pissed. She's angry. I'm not gonna mess with that. Boom. There we go. It didn't break the tail, but that's good enough. Yeah, this one is tough. I have to really make preparations and play very safe. I'm not even trying to play cool, I'm just trying to play safe at this point. Moisturize. Oh, is that a ruby? Oh! Ruby? Okay, that's the first big shiny. Yeah, I was right. It's super big. Wait, no, the one that's super big was the last one. This one is also big? Nice. More urgent quest. Oh, we need to defend something against Ru? Aura. Wait. Ru what? E? Aura. Is it Rukodiora? Is it actually Rukodiora? Oh my god, it is. What the fuck? Yeah, Interceptor's base. This one should be a lot harder, I feel like. Look at the quest star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 star level. Fuck me, let's do it. I should get some max potion. No, I think it would give me some max potion there. Probably. I think it's fine. I guess I just need to bring meat there. Yeah. Let's do it. There's something with Inagami and Amatsu. Maybe they are related. Alright, off we go. That should be fine. High rank Rukodiora. I think he just flew away. Yeah, he just flew away. I heard noises. Oh yeah, tail hits. Right, I forgot. Anki? Anki. Nice. Oh, the outside rock knocks me down now? Oh shit. High rank, huh? It doesn't flinch, it knocks away. Yeah, oh no, that sucked. And they spin way faster now. Tail swipe, I should have blocked. Hits behind? I was blocking. Yeah, this one is a lot harder. I like it. Oh, it would do a wind pressure now? Okay. Rinse and repeat. Jumps back, 5 swipe. Jumps back, 3 swipe. Okay, jump back, another swipe. You're really rinse and repeating, what the fuck? Jump back? Okay, no more jump back. It would be funny if he jumps back again. Corner, I cannot see anything. I'm just gonna attack. If I cannot see anything, they cannot see anything as well. Nice. A weird knockdown. Yeah, this one is a lot harder. Oh, the rock. Oh. I didn't roll that. No block in time. There we go, got the tail. Nice, it is a higher rank Rukodiora. But I got a skill from the tail, but that's very sad. Nice, poke the head. Nice. Nine minutes. I think Rukodiora. See, the thing is, I think it's muscle memory. I remember back then I fought Rukodiora like 1,000 times, I think. Oh. Did I bring so many things? Love the kick. And camaraderie proof. Clawhorn, Wingtail, Gem? Claw Plus. Oh gosh, diggity dang, I got a gem! Reliable hunter. Four-star rank quest cannot be accessed. Permission to the dedicated area called My Tour granted. My Tour can be accessed through my facilities entrance. What the hell is My Tour? Nice, with new things. Mark this test. Kill Akaravashimu. You can make special weapons for materials and rewards. With a hard black-brown outer shell that circulates luminescent fluid throughout the body and changes the constitution by its distribution. Of its paralyzing attacks and explosive crystals, make a weapon using the obtained items and navigation reward. This task is completed if you defeat the monster. You can forge the Vashimu sword. Brown Espinas. Hunted and attributed to the respective weapons. Fire and poison. Sure. Kamu Orugaran. White Espinas. Kwaru Sepusu. Akura JP, I don't have an element. Silver Shibno Catchers. Sleep. That's a lot of names I've never seen before. Master introduced. Okay. Fatalis? Fatalis in HR4? The fuck? Okay. I mean, sure, I guess. Berukurosu. I just gives 2 jewels straight up. Oh my god. Doragurosu. Fatalis is more Fatalis? No, that's white. That's white Fatalis. That's fucking white Fatalis in the picture. Check out regular event. Event icon displayed in the square. The icon to move the respective reception. Move reception to an event is selected. Move to complete the task. Oh. That's what it is? Halon Grand Voyage. Hunting competition is underway. Metaporta Fest is underway. Move to reception. That's not reception, that's entrance. Do I need to talk to you? Daily event. Ooh. Beginner daily. Claim benefit. Repeat sub benefit. You can use this over purchasing Hunter Life Plan. If you change to a new plan, you will need to quit the game and log in again. Are you saying that I still need to buy a plan? I still need to subscribe? I don't believe it. I don't believe I have to subscribe to this game to play it to its fullest. claimable. Oh, same thing with HR5, okay. Armor Rattle Series. Work at the rain server. Oh, you give something nice. This is from the rain server. You just give all Rattlos stuff? I'm not gonna use that. Shit. Compensation items. Promo items? Ooh. Restyle point. Points for customize your hunter. Can be claimed several times. I can claim it 99 times. I'm not gonna do that. Claim subscriptions. Oh. Update subscription. Yes. Updated. What does that do? I don't know. What is Tor? You can go to my Tor. Wait, sorry. Facility on my facility. Interact with the manager, feline and Pookie, and get various benefits. Decide the manager. Decide the manager by answering the questions when you first access the area. After that, you can expand the facility by increasing the intimacy of the manager. Oh wow. Are we gonna get intimate with the manager? I'm not ready. I don't wanna. It's not dragon. Thanks for the boop. Feline boops. Thank you. Feline Square will hire the visiting feline and entrust the management of the store expanded with Tor points. Stores have a reputation and popular store earn a little Z. Adventure shop. Don't know what that is. Poogie Farm, okay. Aim for HR5. That's why I'm seeing some people wearing Rathalos' armor. Is that Velocitron? It's a Velocitron flute! Oh my god, hunting horn main? Holy shit. What am I gonna do again? Shit, I don't remember. Oh yeah, continue doing quests, of course. But I want to check out other weapons as well. Let me... Sure. Weapon, square weapon. Lance? Boom lance. Oh, there it is. Vashimu sword. Rubber blade. Are these long? Oh my god, they are long. Oh, Atos Allah. Paralysis sack. Oh, it's a Rukodiora weapon. The sharpness is so bad though. Regina. Regina. That's a weird weapon. Decoration. Shakalaka sword. Okay. Shakalaka sword it is. Maybe I should play back some longsword. Or Rugaran claw. Ooh. Urukos Milis. Dragon and Paralysis. Oh, it's short, this one. This one is really good sharpness though. But this one is really good element. And it's long. It's a long sword. Long sword. Yosh! Sword! Sword! Yeah. Uh-oh, vacuum stick. Very long. Look at the length of this thing. What the fuck? The whole picture cannot. Yeah, that's long. How do you play bow? I love bow, but I never know how to play bow. Hey, where's my boop? I want boop. HR4, who do we have? Gear acquisition quest? You're telling me that I can just do these quests and get a lot of armor? Kobo. $99 Kozadake. Kozandake. Hunting skills? Crystal Wyvern, Who of Thunder, Berukurosu, White Hypno, Yen Garuga, fuck, okay, Akura Fashimo, Doragurosu, Rajang, of course you fucking, of course Rajang has to be a required quest. Red Vorganus. That's a lot of Berukurosu. Why is there so many different quests of the same monster? Akura Jebia, Blue Yin Cuckoo, Purple Gypsaros, Green Plesiov, Red Kazoo, Pink Radiant, Azoretalos, Red Gravios, Black Diablos, Gold Radiant, Silver Rattles. Deal damage to main target is a sub-quest. Action Lausan Long, Kushala, Camelios, Teostra, Rukodiora. Akanto? What's an Akanto? Why is it question mark? What the fuck is Akanto? Fatalis? Fatalis? Clash at Castle Shred. Why not? Why not? I don't know, let's fight Fatalis. I think it's pretty easy, right? The old version of Fatalis is like kind of easy to my knowledge. Oh, that's the crab. Tycon something. Whoa. Hey. It's the Fatalis. Damn, the music is still pretty good. It Fatalis. That's a long cutscene. Sick. Oh, sick. Let's go. Oh, we fight immediately? It doesn't hurt. Why do you keep attacking the tail? Can you sever it? I'm gonna try. I hate it. Oh, they didn't hit. Just attacking my teammate. Oh my god, damage, what the fuck? Over suddenly do 10,000 damage? Damn. That whipped. Oh, that block does 10,000 damage, I see. you notice, right? It's like I can keep wailing on this Fatalis and it just does nothing other than occasional 10,000 damage. Other than that, it's just like I can just keep wailing on this monster. What? Okay, it's a block. Aww. Huh. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I'm not lying when I say the old Fatalis is very fucking easy. It basically does nothing other than just an occasional 90% health. That's it. It's just kind of funny. Memory serves me right, I guess. Oh yeah, different part. Oh right, I remember different part has different you can carve multiple times from different parts in the old games. I think it's a total of 9 times, I think. 3? There's not even enough time. There's not even enough time to carve all of them. What the fuck? Really? You need quick carve to carve all of them. Otherwise, you just try. Skill, shell. Atmosphere, skill, horn, skill, shell. Bronze skill ticket. Might have been enough time if you hadn't stood there until you remembered. Carve faster. Yeah, I'm trying, Narix, I'm trying. See if I beat Fatalis alone at HR4. So easy. People have been complaining about Fatalis being really hard. I don't believe it. What do you mean it's a different game? It's still Monster Hunter, isn't it? I'm guessing the idea is carve the parts you need. Probably. I just think that that's a little bit counterintuitive. You know, I just want to carve everything. Because I earned it, no? I should use a big word there. Or grind more. Yeah, true. It's probably that one. 100% actually. Kamu orugaron. Yeah, I want to look at this one. Beru Kyurosu. Fuck. What? 5k for a quest? Okay, let's do it. Whatever. It's fine. Do I need to bring any cold or hot drinks? Gorge. I don't know what Gorge is. Just in case. I don't think the game is gonna give me any more like supplies, so let me just buy. There we go. Just in case I'm probably gonna die 10,000 times, let's take a little bit more items. And then some mixed potion as well. Oh, sorry. Why did I just swap it away? A hot drink. Hmm? Hey, hi Ryan Lee. Good to see you again. You fought Frog Tiki there? Frog Tiki? Berukirosu is Frog Tiki? Oh wait, that's Aryaporia or something like that? The Tigrex, a baby Tigrex. Ah, right. Oh, you give items, okay. Farcaster? Why? Boomerang? Why? Mystical Beat that instantly transport the user back to base camp. Why not? I already broke the drink. Why not drink them? Also, I hope you're doing good. What come in? I'm HR4 now. I feel stoned. What? Why? Really? Really? Do I have to attack it? Oh! Hey, look, that's cool. Can I turn the thing... Can I turn that on? That one. The Earth style thing. I want to turn it off. Whoa! I'm controlling using mouse. That's wild. I don't like it. Oh, cursor settings. Cursor. Please come out, cursor. Cursor? I don't understand. Get up. Okay, fine. I don't think I can switch it off. What's with these things? Have oh, that's nice. For monster, I suspect that it will be at number 3 or 6 or 4. Okay. Don't waste that. It's probably gonna come in handy. Why did I hear lightning noises? Oh. Whoa! God damn! I'm gonna coom! Holy shit, look at this thing! Oh, this is cool as fuck. Oh. Another one. We're getting into the wild territory now, I think. It doesn't hurt though. Nope, I take my word back. It hurts like hell. Ow. I need healing. Oh, I know how to get healing. I want to see how good this is. Oh. Oh, that's really good? Okay. Ow. Oh my god, I'm almost dead. What the fuck just happened? Going up. Oh, that's one angry dragon. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, you cannot just keep doing that 10 times over. But you can though. What's that? Woohoo. Oh, we have wing whip. Wing whip? That's a new one. Yo, look at that wing whip though. Oh my god, I'm gonna coom. Times. And the tail. Another one maybe? What kind of range is there? Oh no, that's a weird ass cone. There's so many phantom range attacks. Okay, this one is not phantom range. That did something. Angry? Triple laser, hot laser. This bitch hurts a lot. Oh, okay. I love how the shadow went the other way. The shadow went this way, but in reality, it's just going to like another one. Did you make an NPC? No. It's just when I put 3 players, this person just comes. On like every time there's a different person that comes into my quest. Maybe I did something wrong. It's not my NPC, I think. It's not my NPC. Because I would not name my NPC such a sophisticated name, Dallas. I'll probably just be like Bonk or something. Wings your weak spot? Yeah, I had a feeling. The whip. And Kobo's angry. Reroll that. That's very obvious. Oh my god, I actually rolled that. Insane. Run. Another one. What? Why is there wind pressure? Oh, I see why there's a wind pressure. Camera, please. Oh yeah, they move. Okay, Phantom Range. Camera, please. Oh. Angie? If I see a shadow move, I'm rolling. It's not coming my way, that's why I didn't roll. It's definitely not because I'm slow. I love how we just went up against Vitalis with a whole ass cutscene, and it was just a sack of HP despite being an iconic monster. Right, I was so disappointed when I first fought Vitalis. And now this random Shoggy boy is like 10 times the fight, right? But I assure you, there's a lot more hot-looking dragons than this one. This one is pretty good. Jeering Fantasy is something else? Okay, thank you. I like that. I like the sound of that. See, when I go against Vitalis, I expect myself to get bodied over and over. It took me 6 whole days of not 24-hour 6 days, but 6 days of like consistent 2 to 6 hours of fighting against Vitalis in Monster Hunter World to get that win. I want that feeling again. It's such a satisfying feeling. Alright, don't hit me, please. Don't hit me, please. When will you learn? Oh. Oh, Phantom Range. How many Phantom Range do you have? I don't know. You suck. You're a hot dog, but you suck. all your moves have phantom range. Oh, Angie. I recognize that shit. I hear sound cue. Had enough, I don't want to get hit by that anymore. Ow! That's very fast. Tail. Oh! Okay, one question. Do the monsters never limp? Like, I never see them limp. Really? They do? Okay, to be fair, I saw a few monsters limp before, but not today. Apparently, I never see anyone limp. It's kind of weird. I want to capture this hot-looking dragon. Goddamn. Oh wait, I could make Vitalis whole set because I could carve like 9 times, I think, for Vitalis. I think it should be a lot easier to make armor set of Vitalis and also some weapons, I guess. Probably. I don't know. Are you still down for making a partner? Like, partner for life? Oh, sorry, partner for life in Monster Hunter Frontier? Like, every time I go out, it will be the same character, that one? Oh! 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 Net cafe course benefit? Am I using... I'm not in the internet cafe, excuse you. That's a way to put it. Yep, they will level up, etc. Oh, congrats, thank you. We got Gem, we got Duo, we got Tiny. Just go to the rest bar and speak to Legendary and start with the weapon you want the partner to use. And don't worry, it's common occurrence here. A very common occurrence, don't worry about it. We love a bit of a oh and yip spam sometimes. Hunter Navi. Gonna abuse my privilege correctly sometimes. Yeah, you lucky you lucky that I yeah. You lucky you're dragon. I forgot what I want to do. I'm just gonna go look at Vitalis stuff.
Shiny!
Ama. I'm Dwagon, I know it. It was Steppy the Kobo to make up for it. Oh, but why? Espina's brain. Oh god. Manatia. Hey, Kushana. Akanto. Ooh. Light crystal. Skull. Chameleon's webbing to make this thing? Mitsuha. Oh, Mitsuha is Camille's set, I remember. Fuck Kongalala. Oh, there it is, dragon head. Dragon face. Vitalis eye. Remover skin. Forget I said anything. Will that be the Kobo to make up for it? Because I know Kobo likes big dragon. How about you lift me up instead? You know you can eat me, right? So that I can fly. I want to fly. Guaru Sepusu. Guaru Sepusu. It's another bird. Kuaru needs to come to wilds. Let's try looking at Kuaru then. I pressed wrong button. Its gimmick is perfect for what we've seen so far. Let's go Kuaru. Hey, Gibby! Gibby has the good weapon. Look at that. Nice weapon, Gibby. I love that great sword. I've been using it last night. I cannot wait to look at all the all the G rank dragons. That's loud as fuck, excuse me. That's a lot of items. Easy life powder? A para powder? What the fuck is that? Does it cause paralysis? Or cure paralysis, maybe? Heims. Oh, I forgot to make... Oh, I was about to make a new character for myself. The Rasta thing. I forgot! Fuck. My brain doesn't work. God damn. The kobo. There's a new Yeet redeem though. 420. It's like a life powder for your healing paralysis. Oh, okay. It heals paralysis everywhere. Like, yeah, life powder. Good. What do you get? Boom. Alright, I'll stop killing you then. Who? I'm not looking at it. Someone's killing it. Someone's having so much fun killing it. Oh, whoa! Oh my god, you're made of crystal! Oh gosh, diggity dang! Look at all of the fucking... Hey, I do that. Oh, it's a first Leviathan too. Hype beam? Oh my god, you have hype beam? Yo, what the fuck? It's the best monster ever. Oh, hyperspace tackle. It changes the weather. Oh fuck yeah. If I get killed by this thing, I'm not even gonna be mad. Holy shit. Damn, you're so cool. Do I hear paralysis? Are those lightning rods? Hype beam! Oh, we rolled that. Let's go. That's cool. Hi, Merc. Yip yip. We broke something. I broke something. That hurt. Woohoo! No, I didn't mean to do that. I see shiny, I have to get it. Beam crystal. Come on, bye. Hope you're doing good, Merc. Welcome. Breaking those crystals requires an elemental weapon. Okay. What? Damage! A gun with one bullet! Tolong, saya akan mati. Saya tak mau mati. Wee! Oh, did I get yeeted? I just got yeeted? Oh. Hey, apahani? They die too quickly. Am I that strong? There's no fucking way! I'm not that strong. Excuse you, I'm using iron weapons, fuck it. they die so quickly. You know, I'm not gonna complain. I think this server nerfed the monsters. Fuck! No! Shit! Fuck! That sucked. Why nerf the monsters? Angry kobo noises. Yeah, they totally nerfed the monster because the small monsters die in one hit. Yeah, Yoka was doing the work. True. My cat. I'm getting carried by kobold. Yeah, I got carried, obviously. Look at that. Yes. The air partner will carry you. Okay, I'm not bringing air partner ever again. I'm just gonna bring my cat and that's it. Or not even my cat. I'm just gonna go alone. They carry me. I don't want to get carried. In this game, at least. Please, Drago. I like that. Wee. Look at that, I found it. Wee. Don't really do abysmal damage. As in, oh my god, did I just get two jewels? They might have nerfed the monsters. Hunters Guild update news. Patonia Lanta Ya Ihyaku ni what 夏季の資格いですする something する Oh, it's something about Patonia. Patonia Bo something? No, what? +1. Patonia Bo something? I don't know what that means. I cannot read it. Japanese is hard as fuck. I should have brought my phone. I have Google Translate. Fuck. You were spinning around on the floor. Hey. On the floor, I know dance moves. Kobo knows how to dance. Quadruceps. See, thing is, I hope they nerf only a bit of the monster, and they don't nerf anything on G rank. That's what I hope. I still want to get bodied. If I don't get bodied, there's no... it's not Monster Hunter anymore. Rasta. HR5 be a massive difficulty spike. Good. Please body me. That's not what I meant, but... like... you know what I mean. 残念ですが、あんた様はラスタ What ラスタ契約がをいて What いよするお契約 Oh, I need some sort of contract. Didn't I talk to you? Hey, what do you do? I talked to you. Contract. 契約してく What? すか Sure. よろしくお願いします Okay. Main L Rasuta, sorry. Main L Rasuta. K2. I cannot read. What though? Rasuta many? What? No, 契約中の変換する I can't. What the fuck? You are strong as fuck. Really? Why does this woman have reckless armor that doesn't protect her? I don't know. Use item? Oh no, you may have fired them. Don't use them. I don't want to use them! They strong as fuck. They gonna one-shot the monster. El Rasta contract. They're crazy OP. Just look at them. Genzai 契約している Is that contract though? ラスタはいないようです I don't have any... Okay. Cancel legendary Rasta contract. 今契約中 Yes, I don't want. Yes. Get fucked. What fuck do I do? Nah, I don't care anymore. Fuck it. Don't yip them. I'm gonna yip them. I'm a kobold. There's something new here though. My Tor. Waga no Tore. I think it's called Tore. I mean, it is direct Japanese translation, right? Oh, it's Kitty. Hi. Meow. Okay, dude. Oh, hey, look. They translate this one. It's not meow, it's nya, I'm pretty sure. They all say nya. Now, hi there, how are you? This here is the employment agency. We assign workers to various jobs, so we can help you with something. Meow? No feline hire. Bullet Bob? Unfocused Dama. Unfocused Dama. Concerned Alex. I love the name. Oh my god. Their names are way better than mine. This here's my Tori, special private facility prepared by the Guild for hunters who have reached Hunter Rank 4. Nice to meet you. They can also elements to lift your spirits. Oh, it makes me so excited. Don't get excited, please. You're not a dragon. This is a haven, which will heal your tired hunter soul. A girl will come here from the guild to run this place. She's a real rookie who's brand new to the job. So don't you give her a hard time, okay? I won't like that. One last thing, you don't mind if I ask you a few questions? Teehee! I will just ask you anyway. There are people who look after others and people who want others to look after them. Which type are you? Someone who want others to look after them, perhaps? Huh? Wait. Who look after others? I want people to look after me. I always look after people in this family. Look after me. Fuck me. Well, don't fuck. No, that's not what I meant. But still, they want to be carried or to carry other people. I want to be carried. The people. No. No. It's what she's saying. Yeah, but what's with the yes and no situation? Like, what's yes and what's no? Someone who wants others to look after them, perhaps. Someone who wants others to look after them. So the question is, I want to be someone who wants to be taken care of, right? You can set a priority for matchmaking upwards or downwards. Yes. Okay then, so you need to ask a favor of somebody. If you can make a request to either someone your own age or someone older than you, who would it be easier to ask? Sound the same age as you, perhaps? That's what it actually means. I just don't know how to answer yes or no. Why don't I get to choose like a proper question instead of a yes and no? This is not a yes and no question. Either that or it's just a BuzzFeed quiz with no meaning. This is a question to determine which my Tore girl you get. You can get a choice between 3 sisters. Oh, okay, that's good to know. If you can make a request to either someone your own age or someone older than you, would it be easier to ask? Who would it be easier to ask? Someone the same age as you, perhaps? No. Yes. Yes. Now, let's say you really need something, but what that is, well, anything will do. Now, are you the kind of person that can wait for a little while, or maybe you have to have it right away? I bet you're the type that can show a little patience, right? No. You think I have patience, bitch? No. In that case, let's see. It looks like whoever will be coming is likely from this list. I don't know if they'll make it in time, but is there someone on here you're hoping will come? If there is, just say the word and I will do my best. Hee hee. Now go ahead and make a pick. Oh no, I cannot read that. One Kaori, Patricia, A something, Alice, Carmen, Patricia, one. I don't know what one. I cannot. I mean, I know Chinese, but this is kanji. One, yes. About that girl, when I say she's coming tomorrow, that means after midnight. Hanging around here pinning for her won't make her get here any sooner. Now let's see. Okay. And kobo patience, pick one. Never patience. It would take 24 hours in real life for her to come. Arbitrary wait time. Makes sense. It is kind of an MMO. Bird! fucking bird, come here. Come here. Hey, come here, come here, hey, come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here. Hey, thanks for pet. Come here. Come here, pet. Come here. Come here, hey, hey, hey. Sorry, not pet, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, mana dia, mana dragon. Oh! Oh, I can make them hungry with this. So I don't need to wait. Oh, dragon? A Daura skill. How the fuck did I get Daura skill? Oh, can I give Rukodiora stuff? There must be dragon, right? Giant big. There's no Rukodiora. What's TN? Oh, TND is thunder, I assume? Elder Dragon. No. Elder Dragon. Fatalis Horn. Hey, that makes sense. Eat it! Become dragon. I'm spinning. Oh. Thanks for the pet. Hi, Bracky. And the book. Hello. Welcome. Hey, do you want to eat? Spin. Other. No. What? Other. Yase food. I'm gonna hunger you again. This doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, just I'm gonna make you hungry again. Why not? I have the thing, just use it. Whee! It's like, I eat this. Oh no, I'm hungry again. My logical sense doesn't vibe with this. It hurts. My brain hurts. It's like, I eat this, and now I'm hungry. Are you fiber? I'm getting unstable. Let's eat this. Whee! Yo! Oh, look at that, my bird is so clever! Oh my god. 87 clever. Not like me, my clever is 0. Oh wait, how's your status? Check status. Dragon 36. Oh my god, how many times do you need to eat? Okay, maybe not then. I'll come back tomorrow. Bye bye, bird. Love the name Meta Porta. Oh wait, I wanna see what weapon I can make. Shy. Rosen message. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, this one is so strong. Oh my god, it's long too. Look at all the green. And defense and thunder. Oh my gosh, diggity dang. I might just make this one. But Sword and Shield is very... I mean, it's the easiest to play by far. Oh, great sword maybe? Beru main. Oh. Fury Hair Greatsword. Whoa. Aquaru Call. 700 Thunder. Is that insane or is that not insane? 700 Thunder? I think 700 Thunder is insane. Let's make that one. Let's play some Greatsword. Why not? Yes. Oi. Rah. Rah. Soy. That thumbs up, why is that thumbs up so cursed? I'm just looking at Telegram. I'm looking at Telegram mid stream. Professionalism. I'm just gonna send this one. Looking at Telegram midstream. Oh my god, what am I doing? Press gear. How about armor? Hi Dex, how long are you going for, cutie butt? Not too sure, but I don't think I'm gonna stop anytime soon because there's no badminton tonight. Paria Puria. Okay, Solo, have a good night. For democracy. Apio Ruku. Rukodiora needs black Gravios, right? Yeah. Oh, brown, I don't know. Raviente. I want to make this one. We got quick resistance breakout, water attack? Water attack? Yes. Huge. Oh. What do you need? Light crystal, scale horn, advanced atmosphere. Light crystal. Found in 1-2 mining swamp or endpoints. Oh my god, each for 35p. Endpoint? 6 endpoint. I have 15 endpoint. Eh? So expensive. Nah, I think my armor is good for now. No. I still look cool. Oh. Ah. Konto. Yo. You want me to talk to you? Omachiste? Oh. Transcend? Transcendence? The fuck? Hexa flush dance? Too many words. What did I get? Huh? What did I get? You've been given freebie armor once you reach Asia High. I cancel your contract, you fuck. Why are you still here? Oh, hi. Ningin? No. Oh. Hair. Oh yeah, you don't need to look at things, it's fine. Hair. I like purple. We are purple team. Bluish purple it is. Okay. Inner. Ooh! I'm using this one, I think. I like this one. I like the mustache, this one. Yeah. Voice. Yes. Welcome. Look at you, beautiful. Konoko. Ishoni ganpatte? Okay. Hey. Welcome, Bonk. Yo, Aibo. Joshi? Perfect for AI partner? I know, right? Go to the Pink Lady shop lady and redeem GCP from her. Pink Lady shop lady? Equipment settings. Give equipment. What do you want to wear? Kukubo arms. Kukubo. I think I can wear my Kukubo armor. You won't be able to equip it? Sure. Once the armor is given, you can retrieve it back. Are you sure? Yeah, why not? Whoa, dude, that's strong as fuck. What the fuck? Why is it defense 75? Huh? 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 Kukupo. I'll change your head later. Make them a para SNS. It's okay. I'll make it afterwards. Good armor, brother. Good armor. Unlock skill. What? Health minus 10? Health minus 10? What the fuck? Yo, health minus 10 though. 少し暖かいする. Equip skill. skill info, standard automatic skills. Skill 条件. Armor won't matter to them as much as their defense and attack increases as they rank up. Oh, then they're OP. They're already at 75 defense. What is a partner? I have partner now. What did I want to do again when I came here? I don't remember. Just eat, it's fine. Ooh. Don't waste your GCP yet. Make a get more GCP at the pink shop lady so you can buy your part of the powder set. Powder set? I don't think I want to do too much to the I don't want to spend too much time on making the perfect partner for now. I'm just gonna go fight monsters. But I'll get the GCP. Pink lady. Are you pink? You look pink? Siapa kamu? You know, okay. Store delivery by end of... Oh, general store, okay. Hi. GCP exchange, redeem points. Shiten ticket. 190? These are only like 9 points. And I have 200 of them, so I have like 30 of them. All of them sell those. Now? Nah, I want to keep them. I like hoarding things. Let me hoard things first. Not until I'm struggling too much, then I'll just try to min-max things. Let's go for the good boy. Why not? Tree. That means I'm bringing my kitty and also my partner, right? I partner and partner. Gosh, the splash art is so good. Hey, look at you. Oh my god, you look good, Fly. Oh my god, the name is like Tira Bong Kobold. Oops. I'm a kobold, I don't bong kobolds. Transcend? Transcend? I can become good? I'm gonna fight one of my least favorite monster. This one. It's not because it's not a dragon. It's more like the attack pattern is so boring. Hi. Bitch. The sound of attacking. Batona, let's go. Oh my god, damage. Oh, from a dash. Wow, that hurt. So glad that's like an iron will. Hello, excuse? Oh my god, this sound is perfect, I love it. Whoa, I'm spinning! Whee! Ooh, that's new. What fuck? Why did I get stunned? No, Bonk, I'll save you. Or not, sorry. Hi, Salo. Oh my god, hi, Kobo. Welcome, welcome. Oh my god, oh my fuck, that hurt. I'm dead. Stun. My man, what the fuck, how did I get stunned? Cool. Squeak? Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Kobo Squeak. So adorable. How's the hunt? Hunt has been going pretty good. But this monster is kind of boring though, because he just goes back and forth like this. And then you cannot chase him down because he will just keep spamming the same move again. Yeah, see? Which is why I feel like this is the one of my least favorite monster. But it's one of the required monsters, so I had to do it. It's just going back and forth. Damn, Bonk is OP, look at that. Bonk never dies. Yeah, fight in the poison swamp. What is that? I can transcend? I don't know what transcend is. I can become dragon? Also, I hope you're doing good, Salo. Welcome, welcome. Transcend! Whoa. What does that do? Ooh! Ooh, get fucked. fighting at the loading screen again. Ooh, that hits, right? I'm not even surprised by this thing. Boring monster. And then the back and forth. Doing wonderful. Got praised by a dragon last night. Yo, nice. I'm gonna get me jealous. I like dragons too. Ooh, phantom range, we love it. Just not having a good time fighting this thing. And in about 15 hours, I'm going to a meetup in VR to a whole bunch more. All of them dragons? Yo, nice. All dragons. We love dragon. I do hope you have big fun when it comes to that. It's just sadly that I don't really like, I'm really afraid of VR chat. So that's why I've been avoiding VR chat. I guess I just got scared by the first time we go in there. Oh, nice phantom range, we love that. Not all dragon, but there's definitely a lot. Nice. Dragon good. GG. Iron Will killed me. I thought it only hit once. Sorry to hear that. It's alright, it's alright. Don't worry about it. It's just some, I got overwhelmed by so many people over there, so it kind of gave me like a scary first impression of VR chat. But I'm sure if I go to like the right person, it's good. Although I don't have a VR headset as well. Maybe that's why. Too many people at once can be a bit much. Yeah. I think I was experiencing sensory overload as well. You know, like when there's too many people speaking at once, even though like they're not speaking to you, but it's just kind of scary when there's a lot of things going on. Being on desktop is fine, but wouldn't it be like a little bit weird If you ever do make a way on there, my name is same on this here. Son of the kobo. Okay. I'll keep in mind.
Right now, kobo, but you're gonna hear from me for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, hi again, numbers. Yip. I will make some angry yips because this monster is boring as hell, and Kobo doesn't like this monster. I wouldn't mind a one-on-one with you. Oh god. oh goodness me. Oh wow. I mean, a one-on-one with a kobold to get me back into PR chat, maybe? I mean, of course, it's not like anything like... It's not like anything naughty is gonna happen, of course. A one-on-one talk is always nice. That's a blocked damage. And we also love a 3-hit combo with no recovery. Transcend, become dragon! Good lord, this fucking dog never stops. You love it when everything hits everywhere. With no recovery. Third hit. Immediately attack. Immediately change sides. The little tap did like 90% damage. I love this monster so much. I gonna fucking kill something.
This is them. I told you. Phantom range. I told you this is them. I know what's gonna happen. Some people call headpats and chin scratches loot. Oh. It's definitely not loot to me, it's just...
Yep.
Isn't that just affection?
Yep.
All the yips. The yips for the sad kobold.
Yep.
Actually, I'm not even sad, I'm angry. And Kobo is fucking angry. This bitch sucks. Now Malzino is good, hell yeah. Yeah, have a good Drago, thank you. Malzino is nice. Especially the smooch attack. We love those. Don't we love phantom range? A bitch ass trying to act cute. Immediately get angry again. We love monsters like this. And rage 10 seconds after. I've experienced enough Phantom Range in World. Yeah. I mean, all the games have like Phantom Range. Well, not all, but some monsters have like phantom range. Plesioth. But at least Plesioth is cute. This bitch is just annoying. It's not even a dragon. And then it will always stay at the poison swamp. Like always, 200%. Look at that. Poison swamp forever. And then when I get in, it would just attack like that. I'm just gonna wait. Gonna wait for Bonk to do its job. Come on, Bonk, you got this, Bonk. Yeah, you got this, Bonk. Come on. Come on, Bonk. Hell yeah, Bonk. We love you, Bonk. Let's go, Bonk. Yeah, fuck right off. No one likes you. Near Hunter priority. Nice. And getting carried by Bonk, I'll take it. Ruby? Okay. Okay, I see. You don't want me to hate you, I guess? Too late. Even the Ruby's not gonna help. Wee! Wait, I wanna wee as well. Wee! Wee!
Why you bullying me?
I almost didn't hear that.
Imperil TV.
More yip it is. More Ruby. More Ruby. You kill her husband? It's self-defense. That bitch was going wild, robbing everyone with all the phantom range and shit. A move with no recovery? That I can whip punish? Ah, now that's daylight robbery. Kobo doesn't take that shit. More yip. Finally, no more dog. But we have a bird. Great Forest Peak Survey? If I really want to go to VR chat, I have to upload my... Oh! Wait! Oh, it's EP, okay. Then I need to upload my kobold. Oh, it's not EP anymore, okay. Whoa, goddamn, how strong is this bird? What's with the music? That was a cute attack. How strong is this bird? The bird is so strong it warrants such music. Oh. It's such a cute attack though.
This is cute. Uh-oh. Feels good. It doesn't feel good though. Ooh, almost got red. What fuck? I need to go hop in bed. Oh, that move again, huh? Spin? Good night, numbers. Guaranteed? Okay. Oh, and a follow-up. Have good sleep. Thanks for hanging around. Oh, it's not doing that. I got you baited. Oops. Oh, I'm EP. Wake me up. Thank you. Or else I would have sing the song. I would have to sing the song. Oh, this is move again. I'm gonna block. Can I block this? Yes, I can. That's attractive. I thought it ran away. Oh, it's this move again. Just don't even fuck with it. Whee! It does too much damage, the running. That's a cute motion. From a tail swipe that hurt? Man, what will happen if I don't even make a Rukodiora armor set? I will not be able to tackle all the quests here. Oh, I'm dead, I'm dead. I'm angry. I'm angry. You better give me food. In the middle? Nope, it runs to the middle towards the end. Feels like in the middle. Run straight forward. Run small circle first and then circles back in the middle. Nice, we broke the head. What? Bonk. Oh, I'm dead. I'm blocking it. Out of heals. I think I should by default just bring mega potions and also potion and honey and herb for all the quests that I go now, because it seems like it's inconsistent whether I'll get supplies or not. It's better to just bring everything for quests like this, because this one makes me like I'm way too ill prepared for this one. Okay, I got so lucky. That's your strength, I guess? Your attack patterns are very randomized. Like you do a certain telegraph attack, but it comes out a different move. Flinch. I didn't think I see an ostrich dragon, but cool. Yeah. Hi, Lex. Welcome, welcome. I'm gonna play safe as fuck. Not enough time. Cool. Oh, I'm a dick. Nice who? Yeah, it does feel like they nerfed the health, right? Now that you mention it, I feel like they nerfed the health. Because I vaguely remember I was struggling against this bird a lot back then. They must have nerfed it at least a little bit. Monster spotter? Oh, I think that's pretty good. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Hope you're doing good. I can block stun kitty. Yeah. I will drink. And stretch the bone? I can do a double stretch. Hey, thank you, Salo. Hey, Moki, have you seen many hot dragons today? Yeah, quite a bunch of them. Yeah. Milk. Milk. Yen Garuga. Kuravashimu. Dora Gyurosu? Berukyurosu. Is it the same monster? No, Berukyurosu. Berukyurosu and Doragyurosu. They're all thunder, no? Oh, he's stronger than Berukyurosu. Yeah. Okay, I need to update 5K? Okay, wait. I need to update my item set. At this point, I'm not even gonna try to capture things for now. It's fine. Pickaxe and bucknet? Nah. I'm not gonna bring these. I'm just gonna go and kill monsters because why not? So we have armor skin, demon drug. We need mega potion. Are we gonna need well done stick? And honey? There. This will be another item set. No cap. No cap. Yes, that name is okay. Let's fight this one. How much is Rajang? 550. What? Rajang is so cheap? Yeah, Rajang is cheap. I said it. Hey, I need to stand up for a bit. Oh, it feels good. Just need to... Oh. Okay. Spin. Wow. Oh, okay. Alright, okay. Do I dizzy yet? No. I'm a kobold. How can I get dizzy? The kobold doesn't get dizzy because dragon yeet us. And when we get yeeted, I think it's even like scarier than speed. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm still here, but I'm doing it. Okay. Yeah. Why am I staring at your soul? I'm staring at your soul. Whoa. Whoa. Wow, wow. Ah, yeah. Oh. Oh god. That's very tiring. Oh. My skin. My skin looks like snake right now. My sunburn is healing. Yeah, look at that, my sunburn is... you guys can look at it, but my sunburn is definitely healing. My skin is slowly peeling off. I take a short breath. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm okay. I'm alright. Wait. Yeah, snowy mountains. Let's take some hot drink. Let's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna shed. Gonna become shiny. Oh my god, chill bonk. Okay, grab it. What do you... Thank you. Metro 48k soon? Oh, shit! Maybe I need to do some 3D art. Oh fuck, my previous one is not finished yet. Oh no. Oh no, it's the pig. Yes, Bong, yes, kill the pig. Oh, there it is. It's the same thing. Ow. Ow. I'm actively messing with customizable kobo in Unity to see if it's possible to mostly recreate you. I mean, that would be cool. Oh my god, damage, what the fuck? I mean, if I'm lazy to re-upload and make all the dynamic bones and everything. That could work. Maybe I should slowly get back into VR chat a little bit. I mean, honestly, there's been quite a few people that's asking me to like, hey, I wanna go VR chat, and then I'm just like, no. A few of them, I feel kinda bad. Ow. Loading screen, I don't wanna. Oh, that's cool! Yeah. Fly key! I also just kind of feel like I'm missing out a lot if I don't use VR headset. But maybe I'm just thinking about this too much. I still remember like about 2 years back, I think, when I was still streaming, I was like, hey, I need to save money to buy VR headset. Look at where they got me. I mean, eventually I kinda just like stopped having that dream of wanting to buy a VR headset. But they could change. I wouldn't mind giving a clone for it to see. Like a model, question mark? Would it be illegal if I just take it like that? I fear it might be illegal though. VR chat is in beta time. I'm glad people are enjoying it. It does look like a really good time if you're hanging out with the right people. 100%. I love the wing talon though. Look at that shit, it's so cool. Wing talon. That's a talon. It doesn't break. It's fine. I'm not sending it to you, so it doesn't break TOS. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Oh god. Phantom range. Although it kinda hit me the side though, so that doesn't count. What are you doing? That's a wing broken. Angry kobo noises. Oh, oops. Well, if you don't mind, I would love to see how the kobo model looks like. Uh-oh. I feel hungry. No. So fast? Cool. I went into it. Oh, it's the move again. Ooh, yeah, this one is a really cool move. I love that. Wow. Oh my god, damage. What the fuck? Quick range. I'm just gonna heal. Tail. Oh, you like this? Delicious meat. Oh, yay. Can I block this? Oh, yo, that still hurt like a bitch though. Oh my god. Thank you, camera. Heartbreak? What? Oh, I broke the tail, the little tail thing. Yeah, it's broken. Can I actually cut off the tail? I feel like it should be severable. Loading screen fight. Whoa, that's cool. Flying to loading screen again. It's not gonna be an exact one-to-one since you take some custom working to make it exactly as you want it. But even then, it's still a thing one can do. Yeah. Honestly, I don't mind as long as there's something to represent myself that's like okay-ish. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's hard to make something exactly as I want when it's not my own creation. So I get that. It is one thing. It is one thing that I can do, definitely. I didn't see where it flew off to. Okay. We love Psycho Serum. Wow. Yeah, they never limp. They just fucking fly away. A lot of part break this run. F6. Looking at the skin, it makes me want to take off, makes me want to peel off everything, but they don't come out. Yeah. Oh god. One of these days I can sit in a call with you and look at mixing and matching a few bits to get a more solid representation of you if you like the model. You can do some PSD. Oh, PSD? I need Photoshop for that? Oh god. Photoshop is so expensive though. No, Photoshop is so expensive though. I don't know if I can open the file with... I think I can open PSD with Krita. It does support PSD, so I guess it works. If not, I can also like re-upload my... Well, not re-upload. Just upload the Blender file to Unity and then just like upload my Cobalt into Unity. As long as I can open the file, it's doable. So Krita should be fine then. Dora Yurosu. And it's got called Tira-chan. Tira-chan. Yen Garuga. The Golden Lion Rajang. Let's just get it over with. Yeah, let's just get it over with. It's Rajang. Yeah, Kumun still on Thursday? Yeah. It's Friday now. But yeah, Thursday still have badminton. Oh, goodminton. He said and said. No cap. It has labels for the textures on the hidden layer, so it should be easy to translate what goes where. That sounds good. I'm not awake yet, jeez. It's okay. Don't worry about it. See, you might think that I'm awake right now, even though it's, what time is now? 6:15 p.m. I'm not awake. Why are you like this, Bonk? Why are you like this? Oh my god, Bonk. Bonk, this is a massacre. Holy shit. I didn't hit you. I did carve your brethren, though. Bonk is bloodthirsty. Does fly by nom? Oh god. I keep forgetting we're a whole 12-hour difference. Oh, yeah, that's wild. If we're at 12 hours, it's 6 a.m. over there. Holy shit! And then eat some food and sleep. You haven't slept yet? Oh no, Salo. Get noms and eat. Get noms. Yeah, get noms and EP. I will squish you. 6 a.m. May 3rd. Yep, it's May 3rd, 6 p.m. here. Sleep. I didn't bring hot drinks. Ah, fuck. But being bad by a dragon is kind of fun. Where's my bad by the dragon? Ooh, this is gonna be cancer. I'm fighting against Raja with no stamina. It's kinda bad. It's kinda bad. I got this. Was it there? Who was shouting? Oh! Since when you jump here? Hey, monkey. Hey, monkey! Eat creeper! Oh no. Eat creeper! Monkey! We want to be Moki? Oh, hi, Paradox of the Mind. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Roxas. Cute toy. Roxas never treats me like this, goddamn. I'm sad now. Goddamn. Ugh. Look at all the cute beans in the chat. Doesn't treat it like a toy. I didn't say that. But maybe. Hey, maybe. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm just a little puppy. It's Paradox for short. Okay. Hope you're doing good. It's okay, I get multiple toys. Wow. I mean, wow. Hey, I don't mind. What? I don't know. What? Did I say something? Wait, Rajang sucks? Let's go? Okay, Rajang doesn't suck. Ow. Moki's gone. Moki? Don't worry, fellas, I'm trying to teach her how to be more like a toy via squeaking. Yeah, Jordan already does such good squeaks. Oh, you heard the squeak? Oh no! Something I'll teach you how to vibrate. Vibrate? I mean, a kobo does need to vibrate, I guess. Just cobalt things. Just cobalt things. I'm pretty sure this is not TOS, right? What TOS? We're just saying something normal. Why would it be TOS when we're talking about something that's extremely normal? A novel endeavor. I don't have any free range toys, might just stay in the closet. Oh, instant. That's right, I am real, baby. Oh my god! What? Rajang sucks too! Holy shit, let's go! Doesn't that just happen when you give them coffee? It does. Yes, hello, do teach her how to be a toy. Walao eh, Roxas. I'm more of an energy drink kind of kobo. I drink coffee all the time. I love coffee. I'll be your energy. Wow, soda. Couldn't believe it. Someone's a tired monkey. Maybe you should settle down and just drink your milk. No, I guess that notion. Just kobo things, we won't. Oh. I Iron Will. Guess I don't have with Tremor. Oops. Combo got the energy drink instead. Solo drink is a cutie bean. Of course. God damn! Are you electrocuting the monkey's butt? That's loot. It's self-defense. I get to fight at the fur event? What fur event? Are you going to like a furry convention soon? We can invent so toy outspeed infinite pressure on the video surface. Well, we. Oh, I cannot get greedy like that. Oh, they actually limp. They limp when I don't have any trap. I'm killing this monkey. December call, yeah. Oh, you mean Furum? Hey, honestly, last year's Furum, special. Special. It is truly special. Last year's Furum is special. You know, it's quite special. I like it. Last year's Furum is special. Special without you. Weren't you with someone else? I mean, special. It's not what you thought. It's not what you think. I don't know what you think. Special. I'm so glad I'm not using any. Oh, okay, there we go. I'm not using camera. To be a broke American. I love how, you know, that there's like Paradox and Solar be like, you're cute, and then we have like a horny bunch. There's like two groups of two different speeches right now. Overlap point apparently. I know what I think, but do you know what you think? Probably not all the time. Well, you expect me to know what I'm thinking? No. Well, a first gold crown? Let's go. And so it's very cute, very cute, very cute, adorable. Yeah. But of course, all dragons to me is like that. Yeah. Adorable. Disappears with Salo. Okay, we have 2 more. I think we can do 2 more into urgent. Do damage to the main target. Let's do it. What has this chat become? Oh no, it's a place that I cannot go when it's raining! Yeah, surprise, surprise. Old Monster Hunter will restrict areas based on the weather. Oh! Ran off? We all know who the biggest cutie here is though. Salo? No one's gonna go. Oh, not me! Salo is cuter. Have you seen Salo? The squeak? Yeah. Kobo squeak? Yeah. This is true. Oh yeah, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I will cry as my self-defense. That's why I aim to be the personal twin. Gosh, oh my god. Are you saying that I get to squish you? Oh, it's bird. Sound of squeak but not speak. Oh my god. The classic Yen Garuga. Everywhere is tough. The run. Oh shit, doesn't work. Oh, instant. Yeah, see, Salo's best toy, isn't it? Because Salo's cute. I'm gonna spam this, don't worry about it. Oh god. Instant. Oh. Oh, god damn, what was that? Stun lock? What? How many hits? It's mine. Ooh. Mine. Oh, it's getting dark. Camera cannot see my face anymore. Well, I'm gonna stare at your soul. Don't worry about it. Let's change map a little bit. I don't want my car. Whoa, where am I going? Oh my god. No, oh my god, is that what? Okay, look at that. Maximum gain. Don't put me back here. That should do. Oh, welcome back, Merp. We weren't doing anything here. Uncanny kobo. Yep. I've been a toy for more than 5 before. Generally crackling nothing. God damn. It's just a couple things, don't worry about it. Maximum gain. My ribs are hurting and laughing. Oh god! Don't hurt rib! Didn't go away again. Okay. Well, gosh, diggity dang, I have to go back again. Is it here? Then we're doing our jobs as kobolds? Yeah, true. Job well done. Whee! Optimal greatsword gameplay. Optimal greatsword gameplay. It's a good hit. The old Masanta trick. We love to see it. It still applies. Eek. Yoshi! Yoshi, it says. Yoshi. Hard break. I forgot the iron will. Woohoo! My man, where can I attack? Yep. Flying. That's 2 ears gone. Oh. So is my weapon not green? Everything is tough. Oh no. Let me help. Whee! Oh, no, I cannot help. Oh, wow. I pushed up, come on. Yo! Yo! One tough bird, oh my god. Maybe I'm getting hungry. This could be the last hunt then. It is getting kind of late. I might DM you a name to rate. I want to have someone reach affiliate their own dragon, but they're a very good friend. Reaching affiliate, huh? Not a dragon, but a good friend. Hungry kobo on my way. I have food? You have food? I like food. Food sounds good. Another one. Whee! Speedrun their path to affiliate, huh? I guess my raid could help, but it really depends on them. God, this bird is tough, holy shit. Dare not bring honey. Don't mind me getting honey. Man, all my attacks are getting deflected. Oh. Killed by deflected attacks, oh my god. I would say the mate does have Dragon Sonar. I just solved the issue by calling customer support and it actually worked well. Nice! It's kinda rare to see customer service worked well. They did a good job. Why is this suddenly shiny on my foot? Oh. Whee! Wow, my cat's getting so many things. Nice. Cobalt stunk. Yes, everyone gets boop. Now where's my boop? I like boop. Thank you. Oh my god, order boops. Let's go. Yes. Boop good. Oh, partner. Should I try double? Oh, oh. Oh. Long. In the pack too? My god. Thank you. I'm not feeling dual blade, honestly. Then. Oh, it's Ian Garaga's weapon. And this cannot poke anything. It's so short. Very long. Yo? I think so, it's not bad. Yes! Sweet! Whoa! Yo, now that's a long weapon. Holy shit, holy hell. Look at how long this weapon is. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, oh my god. Yo, my screen is not enough. Yo, that's a long ass weapon. Oh my god. Short like kobo? Yeah, true. Kobo is pretty short. It's not the size of the sword, it's the continuous cutting motion. Well, tell that to this lens. Where it don't even feel the screen. Yeah, it totally doesn't. Look at that. My god, it's big. And it's long. Now I kinda want to do one more quest, but... Can I one? Shit. Okay, fine, just one more. Wow. Milk. This one shouldn't be too hard. Let's do it. Masanto's when they have to work from home because COVID hit. Oh, hi Theo. Oh my god, it's been a while. Hello. Welcome. Look at my long weapon. Sorry. Step from your living room. It's actually that tall. My god, look at this shit. Screen doesn't fit. Choice well made. What can I say? Need to get to G rank quick. Oh, I didn't bring cold drinks. Ah, heck. I don't wanna work. Someone do the Derek's work for the day. God damn it. It's so relatable. It's that is always me on Tuesday and Wednesday when I go to work. It's like, fuck, I don't wanna. I don't wanna work. I feel that one. Oh. Oh my god, it's shiny. Guys, look, it's shiny. I don't get out. Oh no. Oh. Oh, guard down to the attack. Oh wow, I found it. My stamina! Oh, that's so scary though. Terror even harder. Moving shiny. I need stamina. I did. Ow, ow. What are you doing? I don't understand. I'm just chicken a block. That doesn't look good. It's shiny though. Is it bad? Is it gonna explode? I think it's gonna explode. But... I can actually block that? What the fuck? That's kinda funny. I like the big shiny though. A growing shiny even? Oh my god. Okay. Don't like that. I'm gonna do the glowing shiny again. Something broke. Big spin. I really don't like it when all my attacks just gets deflected. There's no weapon that can go above green. What do you mean they all get deflected? On the leg, on the body? I didn't even notice my stamina is gone. I forgot I'm fighting cold weather. Let's not use that big powerful stab, it's fine. Oh. Oh no. Everything gets deflected too much. Oh, that's new. Oh god. Okay, I didn't know I'm doing so much damage to it. Shit. Oh hell, the tower lens. The big boy lens. The super long lens. Rainbow ore. Shiny, 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 shiny. Shiny, 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 Shiny. I do enjoy a nice big lens, right? Everyone in this chat is cute. Not me though, I'm not in the chat. Aha. Nice. Ooh, it's getting pitch black. It's 7 p.m. That makes sense. I want to see who the urgent quest is. Akura Vashi. Alright, who the urgent quest? Ah? Oh shit. Ah, what la? Ah, what la? Mu? I don't know. Ma? No, I cannot read that. Oh, it's a deviant, I think. Oh, white Esupinasu. What's the Esupinasu? I didn't see A though. I mean, brown or orange Espinas is already very scary, and then you have white Espinas? Oh. Yeah, I have to go get food. Kobo's getting hungry. Kobo's getting hungry. And Kobo requires sustenance. Those captions? Hey, it's pretty normal. I don't know what the caption says, but the caption is like, eh. What can I say? Let's eat for fun. OG Sans, hello. Espinasistas. Espinasu. It's almost as if Dr. Eggman says it himself. Genius. So after this one will be 5-star, right? Yeah, 5-star. I don't know what Akanto is. Maybe I should try to fight Lao San Long. How would you pronounce this? Ashen Lao Shan Lung. Lung. Why you not old? Lao San Long la hello, excuse you. Lao San Long is very cool though. Maybe someday I should try it. Here. Lao San Long. Akanto is a large lad. Ooh. Is that why it's in question mark? Mana dia ala Akanto. Oh, there it is. Oh, Fatalis is also question mark. And Fatalis is a joke. At least here. And I've been told that a G rank Fatalis is something else, so I'm excited. But this HR4 Fatalis is a joke. Yeah, I'll leave all the urgent quests and everything for tomorrow. For now, Kobo's getting hungry. That was before they hotfixed him. As in, before the hotfix, it's this. Fatalis is very easy. After the hotfix, then it's like hard. What the name again? Didn't you send it to my Discord? I haven't checked it out. High rank fatty is the entry level, but the G rank hotfix it claps all. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. I want to get clapped. Ooh, Salo sleep. Salo. Have good luck. I'm gonna raid out anyway. It's getting dark, and I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna get food. I can't wait to get clapped by some dragons out there. It's so quiet, I don't like it. Get good EP's toy kobo. Yeah. I heard that you thought you were being sneaky. No. I will always love Monster Hunter Village theme. Stink. Okay, the name. Okay, let me see what they do. Minecraft. Pep. Just a little morning gas. I get that, don't worry. Minecraft, huh? I guess I can do it. Just this once. Yeah, just this once. I'll do it. What? It's Sushi streaming now? Really? God damn it, I never got a chance to make Sushi. Fuck. Why is Sushi streaming now? That's weird.
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold and dragon relations, Tylra is the most compatible kobold for dragons?
Oh god.
It's true. Look at this pretty girl we got. She has horns. Yeah.
Such
I
a
mean,
weird time for
you can do a
Sushi.
lot of things with those horns. I mean, they're long. It looks like they're kind of rounded on the tips, you know. You can do a lot of things with them, like handlebars when you take your dragon boyfriend on and off a motorcycle. Instead of holding your waist, they could hold your horns.
It's alright. I'm upset. Next time I'll get the chance to. Yeah, it's interesting to see Sushi stream at this time. Never seen it before, to be honest. Netherlands, right? What's the time now in Netherlands? Netherlands? Oh, it's 1 PM over there. It's +2? Morto Salce. Oh, it's GMT +2. So
Motor sail shay.
So it's similar to over at your side, Nexus, right? Nexus, Merp, Bracky. Because it's GMT plus 2 to my knowledge. They're gonna be surprised about this rate? Yeah, I know. Because it's like it's a first ever raid. I assume it's their first ever raid. I don't know. Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything. Give me a little bit more. Okay, think it's good. Okay, let me just summon Bernie real quick. Yeah, Bernie. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Bernie, we need you. Bernie, come here. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Bernie. We like Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. I once again asked to support this kobo. Yeah, kobo, I once again asked for support. Kobo, support this. Words are difficult. Wait. Thank goodness. We found Bernie. Also, I have a Discord in case you guys don't know. Oh, to those who don't know, I have a Discord. Usually where I post about my stream stuff and also dragon stuff. That's a dragon simping corner. Very good stuff. We post a bunch of dragon stuff there. So yeah. But usually it's where I post about my stream and stuff. Whether be it like a secret stream, which I haven't done in a long time, or like delays or no stream because of situations stuff, it will be first on the Discord. Basically stay up to date to my streams on Discord. Yeah. And maybe type in the rate too. It's pitch black. I need TSIF? No, it's RAID. Come on. Let's not mess up the name. I'm just gonna copy and paste. There we go. Okay, we good. Cowboys are raiding all their shinies. We're gonna get the shiny. They don't look like a dragon, but we're gonna steal the shiny. Still. Yeah, I think that's about it. Kobo's gonna go get some food now. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Kobo loves y'all. It is the law of Kobo. If they're shinies, they're ours. I know, right? They're ours. Our shiny. We share. If we see them, we share. And my brain shut down for a little bit. Hey, did I say anything before the raid? I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobo loves y'all. And here comes the raid to Elvion Verde. Someone new. Show some love. Someone I've never seen before as well. it feels a little bit out of my comfort zone, you know. But I'll do it. Share. Yeah, share. Yeah. I keep yawning and then I keep stretching. I had a really good sleep though. I slept so early yesterday and then I slept like a rock. Feels good. Did I copy the raid message? I did. Okay, here's the raid message. But of course, you guys can use whatever emote you guys want. It's totally fine. Thanks for the pet. Yeah, I'm gonna eat myself. See, I can just like I have the power to woo! Woo! You step like a Dwayne Johnson? Probably. Alright, take care everyone. And Kobo loves y'all. Smooches. Mwah. See you tomorrow with more Monster Hunter. Bye 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 bye. Take care, take care. Bye 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 bye.